Good morning, everyone. If I can have you take your seats. We are going to begin today's business. Hope everyone had a good evening. We are going to start. We have our agenda there. We're going to start with the audited financial statements in just a moment. We are going to do roll call just so we know who we have. I'm going to ask for, we will also mention the alternates as well. But I would ask, if you are an alternate and sitting in place of a delegate at the table, if you could just, when we call the delegate's name, just introduce yourself and say that you're in for whomever that delegate is. It assists us just with keeping track and going through a bit quicker. So I'll turn it over to my co-chair to go through the roll call, and then we'll move on to the audited financial statements.
All right. Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, Glenn McCullum. Michelle Leclerc. Lisa McCullum. Daryl Hawman.
Here.
Violet Herman. Oh, she's okay. Autumn Lang LaRose.
Bon matin.
Tricia Reset.
Here, in for Joanne.
Ryan Carrier.
Here.
Brent Dignas.
Good morning.
Laura Burnoff.
Present.
Marg Friesen.
Bon matin, here.
Mike Natamogan.
Good morning.
Barry Falcon.
Here.
Dexter Mondor. Darlene McKay. Mervyn Tex Bouvier.
Here.
Joanne Padiandi. Can you please? Okay. Métis Nation of Alberta, Andrea Sandmare.
Present.
Bobby Paul Aluk.
Here.
Joe Chadzicki.
Here.
Lisa Sanfilippo.
Present.
Jason Cherno.
Uta.
Jason Ekberg.
Here.
Shannon Dunfield.
Good morning.
Valerie Quintal.
Here.
Sarah Wolf.
Present.
Ty Groman.
Present.
Rebecca Lavalley.
Here.
Kayla Mitchell.
Here.
Grant Lacombe.
Here.
Karen Collins.
Uta.
Lisa Wolf.
Present, thank you.
Nelson Lucier. Barry Dibb. Aura Letty. Métis Nation, British Columbia. Paulette Flamont.
Here.
Walter Minot.
Yeah.
Louis Dieger.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Susie Hooper. Danielle Bergevin. Carol Painter. Carmen Carrier.
Deb Fisher.
Deb Fisher, yes. Sorry about that. Métis Nation of Ontario. Margaret Fro.
Jordan Plain as an alternate.
Hank Rollinson.
Present.
Sharon Cadeau.
Good morning.
Ann Young.
It's Joanne Young.
Joanne
present.
Young. Steve Callahan.
Present.
Tim Sinclair. Mitch Case. Roger Rose. Andy Dufresne. Kate Stewart McNeil. Joanne Mayer, Ursula D'Angelo, Jen St. Germain. All right, we have one.
Thank you. At this time, I'll invite our auditor to come forward for the presentation of the audited financial statements.
Good morning, everyone. So today we'll go through the audited financial statements that you'll see on screen. So if we go to our audit report, by the way, my name is Benoit Grou. I'm a partner for Baker Tilly, and we're responsible for the audit of these financial statements. So if we go to 2 pages down, we'll see our independent auditor's report. So the opinion that we've provided is what we call a qualified opinion. The basis of qualification is due to the a specific program for the Veterans Fund, due to some information not being able to audit. So similar to what you would have seen in these reports last year, there's a qualification specifically to those numbers, unfortunately, again this year. But other than that, our opinion is that these financial statements present fairly the financial position as of March 31st, 2023, the statement of operations, change in net assets, and cash flow for the year then ended, as well as the notes and the summary of significant accounting policies. And our report was signed on September 28, 2023. So if I can get the screen to go to page 5. Thank you. So on screen, you have the statement of financial position. So this is a picture of the organization at a point in time, in this case, as of March 31st, 2023, with the comparative column for March 31st, 2022. So overall, when we look at the total assets, we have 46.8 million compared to 41 million the year before. Fluctuation mainly in terms of increased cash due to more money received in advance of being spent for some of the programs, more receivables, mainly for the ISC. And we see here the advances to Manitoba Métis Federation stayed the same until we are able to get more information on the spending specifically for those advances. Capital asset did increase due to leasehold improvement and more asset purchase with the move. So overall, 46 million. If we move down a little bit on the liability and net asset side, so overall total liabilities 40.9 million compared to 36.6 the year before, mainly due to more deferred revenue and more due to related parties for all the provincial associations that submitted their amounts to be paid closer to year end. So overall, more money received deferred, which we'll see in the notes, but those are funding received from the funders that are not yet spent as of March 31st. So the net of all the assets minus those liabilities equals net assets of 5.9 million, which we'll see on the next page. So of those 5.9 million, 3.1 has been specifically restricted, which is basically the equivalent of the overall income for the funds for the Métis Veterans Fund. The rest is considered unrestricted for a balance of 2.8 million. Moving on to next page. So here we have the statement of operations, so the total of revenue and expenses. We list all the different types of fundings that were received throughout the year and spent. So we are only recognizing the amount of revenue in accordance to the money that was spent throughout the year. So overall, we've recognized 12.7 million of income compared to 9.1 the year before. You see on screen the breakdown of each of the different funders that are there. Other revenue and loss is basically the investment income that's not tied to the Métis Veterans Fund. We go lower on the expense side. So overall expenses, 10.8 million compared to 9.3. Some fluctuation mainly in the classification between professional fees, consultants, and salary, and more travel and accommodation, meals, and facilities due to less restrictions with COVID, so increased expenses there. So that leaves us with 1.8 million before the other income, which is the specific investment loss in this case for the funds invested in the Métis Veterans Legacy Fund. So overall, total excessive revenue of expenses of about 1.4 million compared to 2.5 last year. The next page shows the statement of cash flow. So I won't go into too much detail, but we start with that excess and then we add and subtract all the non-cash items and fluctuations, receivables and payables and so on. So we see overall we have an increase in cash of 5.3 million. We started with 9.5, so at the end of the year, the cash level was at 14.9 million. The next few pages are a summary of the significant accounting policies. So there's a few pages that just present all the different information on how these financial statements are prepared. So I won't go through these in too much detail, so we can skip to page 14 for the notes. The notes are more specifically just additional detail that provide information on some of the numbers you would have seen in the previous pages, in the previous statements. So we talk about the cash and indicating that there's a line of credit available for 250. Note 2 details the breakdown of all the investments for a total of 22.6 million, just the specific areas where those are invested. Note 3 talks about related party balances, so we just detail all the advances between the provincial associations. Note 5 provides information on capital assets, so we see an increase this year due to leasehold improvements and more furniture and fixture due to the move. Note 6, repayable contribution. So it just indicate the amount that was payable to ISC. Note 7 is deferred revenue. So here we have a breakdown of the different funders that have provided funding to MNC that are still unspent at the end of the year. So the note more at the bottom will provide just a breakdown of each of those funders and the amount remaining to be spent, with the biggest one being the Métis Veterans Legacy Fund for 27.6 million. Note 8 just provides more information on the contribution repayable. So this is paid back at the rate of close to 100,000 per year. So at the end of the year, there's 282,000 left to be paid. There are internally restricted net assets, as we saw. So this is basically the accumulated and realized and unrealized investment income for the Métis Veterans Fund. So that has been segregated into a separate restricted net asset. The organization is committed for a lease agreement. So over the period of this lease, minimum payments will be 1.5 million. That's on note 10. Note 11, contingent liabilities. So basically, we're indicating that a lot of the funders have a right to do their own audit of these, their own program. So if they ever find anything that wouldn't be ineligible, this would be adjusted in the year that it's discovered. And finally, note 12 is just a list of the financial instruments and the different risks that the organization faces, where we show the different risk, credit risk, liquidity risk, and so on, and there's no changes in those risks in the current year. So those are the financial statements that were approved by the Board of Governors. Any question?
Thank you. Recognize the speaker there on the right. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the information on the audited financial statements. I have a couple of questions. In the investments in the notes here, it does indicate United States of America. Can you please explain what that investment is?
Yeah, so it means that some of the investments are American investments, so they're investment in funds that are not Canadian, that are from the United States. So it's just strictly the type of investments that were invested in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Follow-up question, thank you. Mark Friesen, I forgot to say so, sorry. Mark Friesen from Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. What type of investment is it in US dollars?
So there's a few of them. So if you look at the different categories, you have some cash of 102,000, fixed incomes, which would be bonds and so on, and then equities, which would be stocks that are traded on the market.
Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. One more question. With regards to the qualified opinion, is it fair to say that until we have this resolved, the Legacy Fund and MMF, that issue resolved, is it fair to say that we would have a qualified opinion because of the restricted information that you have received or not received from MMF to clearly or transparently report on those funds?
That's correct. At the moment, there's an advance that's recorded for money that was transferred to MMF. So until we are able to perform a proper audit and get support for where that money was spent, unfortunately, that remains as an advance. So, and which we know some of it was spent, but we just don't have enough detail to really segregate where that goes, which is why we have that qualification. So until that's resolved, the qualification would remain.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One more follow-up question. With regards to the qualified opinion from our auditors, is that going to impact, and this would be a question to MNC finance folks or to President Caron, how is that going to impact our ability to access external funds, i.e. more federal funding dollars or other funds that are available?
So the qualified opinion from last year's audit and this year's audit has not affected our ability to access more funding for the governing members, and I don't believe it will. We are very transparent with all of our partners about the reason for this qualified audit, and it states it very clearly in the audit itself. Specifically with our relationship with Veterans Affairs Canada as well, we are absolutely transparent in their understanding of the situation. So it has not, and I don't anticipate it to affect our funding moving forward.
Are there any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Pending no other questions, Joanne Young, Métis Nation of Ontario. I move that the audited financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2023 be accepted as presented.
Thank you very much. And I note the qualifier pending any questions. I'll give one last second if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'll look for a second. I see, yes, go ahead.
I'll second that motion. Andrea Sandmeyer, Métis Nation of Alberta.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing anyone jumping up for any questions. So I will look to see, we'll do this by a show of hands. For those in agreement and with the acceptance of the audited financial statements as presented, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. So, I want to thank our auditor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next matter of business, and we'll wait for give our auditor a chance to leave the room, will be the appointment of auditors for next year. If you can turn to tab 5 of the binder, it's the resolution to appoint the auditors. And we'll just give our auditor a moment to leave, but then I'll read through the resolution that's been provided here, and then I'll look for a mover and a seconder. So, Métis National Council, resolution to appoint auditors. Whereas pursuant to the statutory requirements and MNBC bylaws, it is necessary to appoint auditors for the fiscal year of April 1, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that Blake Tilley Ottawa LLP is hereby appointed as the auditors of the company for the fiscal year of April 1, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. The remuneration for the auditors shall be as mutually agreed upon between the company and the auditors, and such remuneration is hereby approved. The auditors shall hold office until the conclusion of the next annual general meeting, at which time they shall be eligible for reappointment. I'm looking for a mover. Yes, great.
Steve Callahan, MNO, I so move.
Thank you. I'm looking for a seconder. Yes.
Mark Friesen, MNS, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Yep, go ahead.
Lisa Sanfilippo, Métis Nation of Alberta. Just a question, which is how long has Baker Tilly been the auditors? And I see that the term is year by year. So how often do we have auditor rotation?
Yeah, I'll perhaps invite President Cassie Caron to answer that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is the second year that we've had Baker Tilly audit our statements. The BOG had talked about it. We previously had used an auditor for a number of years, and it was a decision at the Board of Governors that it was time to switch it up. So this was the second time that we have used Baker Tilly, and we've been very pleased with their services up until this point.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, go ahead.
The former auditor was MMF.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed by way of a hand vote again. Those in favor of the motion to the resolution to appoint the auditors, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The resolution to appoint the auditors passes unanimously. If I can just have a moment. Just an update. I know if you looked at the original agenda, and we had amended it to have the committee updates changed to different times. The Veterans and Youth Committees presented yesterday. LFMO was going to go today at the conclusion of the resolutions, but I've been informed that President Omenahau is not feeling well, and so that's not going to be happening today, unfortunately. We do have one of our dignitaries that's going to be coming at 10:15, I believe it is. So at this point, we are at the resolutions portion. I'm not sure if those have been, if the committee has had the opportunity to have those out yet. I'm seeing it. But does everyone have them yet? I don't think we do. So what I'll do, if I can just have a moment, I'm going to speak with our great staff and see where we're at with that. Are they?
Under the B5, B5.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We have 13 resolutions that have been provided and forwarded by the Resolutions Committee. Our staff is in the process of printing those and having them ready for all the delegates for their consideration. We also have them electronically. What we're going to do at this time, we'll take 15 minutes. The coffee, tea, and breakfast is out, or snacks are out there. Let's return in 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll have the copies and then everyone's consideration, and we'll be able to start with that. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, everyone. If we can have you take your seats, please. We will be starting again momentarily. Do you want to take a crack at pronouncing the minister's name and introducing the minister? Do you want to take a crack? If we can have you take your seats if you haven't yet. Sure.
Right. Good morning again, everyone. I'm happy to bring another intermission into our agenda here. As you know, yesterday morning, we had to shift the agenda slightly to bring in some of our dignitaries to bring remarks to accommodate for caucus, National Caucus. Some important conversations happening there, of course, as we continue to move forward Bill C-53 in the INAN process. So it's important that our leaders are able to be in those sessions so that they can continue to advocate for us in those spaces. But we are going to just deviate slightly from the agenda this morning because we have a special guest here to address the Assembly. We have the new appointed Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations Canada, Minister Anandasangari, and I'm very happy to bring him up to address all of you. It's been wonderful working with the Minister so far since his appointment this summer. It's been great because we had a relationship with the Minister prior to his appointment. This Minister has served as the Parliamentary Secretary during the development of the Indigenous Languages Bill throughout processes of developing and passing Bill C-15 with UNDRIP. He served as Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations at one time, and then most recently as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, where we did a lot of good work together. And so when the minister was appointed this summer, it was great because that relationship goes a long way within these portfolios. And so I'm happy to bring up Minister Anandasangari and thank you and welcome to our Métis National Council General Assembly.
Tansei, hello and bonjour. And I want to thank President Caron for her incredible leadership. I met her during the pandemic on a rare occasion where Parliament invited guests. And from the time I first met her, we've really been able to work together on a range of issues. And in this particular role, I am constantly at her calling, I think it's fair to say. But it's very important for me to ensure that the MNC is central to the work I do, and I'm in constant communication with the team. So thank you, President Caron, for your enormous leadership. And I want to thank the governing member presidents for inviting me today to say a few words. And I want to acknowledge that we're gathered on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. This December 26th, Boxing Day, will be my 5th month, completing my 5th month as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. And during this time, I have met, I think, virtually been to every province and have met with the Métis Nation of Ontario, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. So I'm very grateful for the warm welcome I get within the Métis communities across this land. And I'm very grateful for the work that you do on the ground. And over the years, I think I've met with many of you separately. I know President McCallum makes it a point every time he comes to Ottawa to actually text me, and we've met many times, and so have many others here in this room, and I'm very grateful for your friendship and the work that you do. As you can tell, the premier issue I've been working on since being appointed is Bill C-53, which was co-developed by Métis partners, and I wish to thank the efforts of all of you for working on this for not a year or two, but decades. And it delivers on the commitment made in co-developed self-government agreements with the Métis Nation of Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan. Bill C-53 is meant to underscore the government's commitment to supporting Métis-led core governance processes for advancing self-determination. Thanks to your hard work, patience, and commitment to this legislative process, I believe we will get this bill into the Senate and eventually royal assent. But I can assure you it won't be easy. The permanent bilateral mechanism is another important mechanism for advancing Métis priorities. And I understand the last meeting this past June, which included the Prime Minister, the federal government affirmed our commitment to implementation of a number of these key priorities, agreeing on what is important, and then taking decisions that lead to results which are critical. And the President advised me earlier today, again, that there's a need for us to have another meeting as soon as possible, and our office is trying to coordinate that at the earliest possible opportunity, and we look forward to having many of you in the room to be able to discuss and ensure that we're held to account and to move on matters that are of great importance to the Métis Nation. And I want to just let you know that my first leaders meeting with President Caron, where we discuss a number of issues and priorities, including the Métis co-development principles, health, economic development, education, international engagement, and emergency management. And these are there's an evolving list of priorities, I think, that we will continue to address together. This year, the Métis citizens experienced firsthand the impact of climate change with the unprecedented wildfire season. And that is why emergency preparedness was added as a priority to the Métis Nation permanent bilateral mechanism process. So we must create solutions together that uniquely respond to Métis needs. This past year, we marked important milestones, such as the 20th anniversary of the landmark Supreme Court decision in the case of R.V. Pauli and the launch of the United Nations Declaration Action Plan. The latter is thanks in part to the hard work of all of you in this room and the co-developed action plan measures that you put forward. Your work to support housing and infrastructure projects has been remarkable. Through these investments, more than 9,000 individuals and families have benefited from supports such as seniors' home renovations, rental supplements, first-time home owner, down payment assistance, and new construction. And just yesterday, we announced our urban, rural, and northern housing, which accounts for about $4 billion of investments over the next 7 years across this land. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to the work that many of you are doing. I was being in Alberta. I saw an enormous amount of work on housing, and I'm so impressed with how much you've done on the housing front. And I point things out not because the others are not doing it. It's because that's what I've seen so far. So I look forward to getting more details from all of you. But I was really, really impressed with the depth of work that was done over many, many years. With these investments, you will have concrete and ongoing generational impacts for communities, families, and individuals. In closing, as I think we're marking the 40th anniversary of MNC, I want to congratulate all of you for the hard work that you have put in. But I want to just have some personal reflections. Somebody said, we used to have these meetings in basements. And where we are today and where we probably were in 1982 or even just after that, I think we made enormous changes within a generation that will impact the lives of your future generations forever. And this didn't happen by accident. This didn't happen because government woke up one day and said, we're going to do this. This happened because each and every one of you, you may have had full-time jobs, you may have, careers and work commitments. I know President Fo is classmates with a few of my friends from law school, and I know the careers that they've had. But on top of what you've been doing in work, you were trying to build a nation. You're trying to build up the Métis Nation in Canada. And that happens because you're persistent. You didn't give up. You held governments after governments to account. You went to court when you had to, and I hope we don't do that too often. Uh, but, constantly there was a need for that continuous engagement where you actually believed in something so fundamental to who you are, which is, as Métis, you have a rightful place, not just in our Constitution, but in this land. So I just want to say, just reflect on that, just understand that, someone like myself looking into this, I'm so incredibly honored to be in this space and to be with all of you who have for so many years persevered. And one of the great things I see is the next generation that are coming forward. So I met this, I think she's here, I just saw her. I forgot her name, but I met her 2 days ago and she talked to me. She's from Scarborough. She's part of the Métis Youth Council. And to me, that tells me that you have done your work. You have invested in your young people. You have elders that we were able to meet earlier today who are connected intergenerationally to those of you at the table, but also those of you who are waiting to take their seat at the table. So just keep going, keep going, keep the faith. You have a partner in the federal government. You have a friend in me. And I look forward to the great things that we're going to be able to achieve together. So thank you.
So on behalf of the Métis National Council, we're presenting the minister with a gift here for the hard work that he has already started to do on behalf of us in his system, and the hard work that we know that he will continue to do on behalf of the Métis National Council. So thank you so much, Minister, for being here.
We're going to have a photo here with the presidents and the minister, and while that's happening, I believe the printed copies of the resolutions will be handed out if they haven't all yet been started.
I understand that the resolutions, paper copies of the resolutions have been distributed. And so I just ask everyone to take their seats. Happy? Before we go through the resolutions, I just wanted to confirm here, just kind of go through the process. So we have copies of the resolutions in front of us, myself and Mr. Pelletier. What we'll be doing is the chairs will be reading through the resolutions, but we'll first be asking the movers to, we'll be identifying the movers for each resolution, and we'll just ask them to affirm that they have, made that motion, and then we'll read through. We'll have the seconder identify themselves, so please, mover and seconder, please identify yourself clearly for our minute takers. Now, once each motion has been seconded, you need to wait for the chairs to open it up for debate. So I just want to be clear about that is, the chairs need an opportunity just to make sure that there are not any, that there's no motions that are out of order, or make any ruling before it gets open for debate. So we'll just ask that you refrain from debating until we give you the go-ahead. And to that end, we'll just ask that you limit the time that you are speaking to each motion to 3 minutes.
Thank you. So we'll start with the first resolution. This starts on page 2, MNC Annual General Assembly 2023 Resolution, Permanent Bilateral Mechanism. And as my co-chair said, I just want to make sure we've got Vice President Walter Minot present to move this resolution. Is that correct? I'm seeing him nodding head. And President Margaret Froh as seconder for this resolution. So permanent bilateral mechanism, whereas, before I get to that, there is a portion I understand from speaking with the mover that there will be a portion of the be it resolved that's included in the written portion that's actually being removed. And I'll get to that and you'll hear that. And I've clarified that with the members of the Resolutions Committee and Vice President Minot. So whereas a distinct Indigenous people, the Métis Nation, emerged with its own collective identity, language, culture, values, way of life, and self-government in the historic Northwest prior to Canada's westward expansion following Confederation, and is represented today by the Métis National Council and its governing members, which are inclusive of knowledge keepers, elder and youth. And whereas the Métis National Council's Department of Intergovernmental and International Relations was involved in the development of this resolution as part of the Métis National Council's collaborative approach to policy development, and the department will be involved in its implementation once adopted. And whereas the Métis National Council's participation in the 1992 Charlottetown Accord constitutional negotiations resulted in consensus on a proposed, quote, legally binding, justiciable, and enforceable accord on the Métis Nation issues, close quote. And whereas Daniels v. Canada 2016 recognizes the Métis as, quote, Indians under Section 9124 of the Constitution Act 1982, further affirming the Government of Canada's fiduciary relationship with the Métis. And whereas the Métis Nation and Canada signed the Canada-Métis Nation Accord, the Accord, on April 13, 2017, which commits Canada to, quote, renew the Métis Nation Crown relationship on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis, close quote, and binds Canada to uphold the constitutional relationship that the Métis Nation holds with the Crown as partners in Confederation and as rights holders as recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. And whereas, as a constitutional principle, the honor of the Crown must guide the Government of Canada in all its dealings with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And whereas the Accord commits Canada to advance reconciliation with the Métis Nation and end, quote, the legacy of colonialism and colonial attitudes whenever they may remain in federal legislation, policy, and practices, close quote. And whereas the Accord calls for the establishment of a permanent bilateral mechanism, PBM, and for the establishment of joint policy priorities under the PBM process, which commits Canada to provide the Métis Nation reasonable capacity to participate in the processes contemplated under the Accord. And whereas, as part of the PBM process, Canada has committed to address pressing socioeconomic issues important to the Métis Nation, but has not followed through with funding to advance joint policy commitments, and has not established the required program and policy authorities, financial instruments, and funding allocations to advance the work agreed upon under the jointly established priorities. And whereas the Government of Canada, as represented by the Prime Minister, the Métis National Council, and governing members endorse the, quote, Canada Métis Nation Permanent Bilateral Mechanism Terms of Reference, close quote, at the June 1st, 2023 Crown Métis Nation Summit, which commits the parties to convene 3 meetings annually. And whereas contrary to the terms of reference, the Government of Canada unilaterally cancelled the November 9, 2023 PBM leaders meeting with neither written notice nor satisfactory rationale. And whereas despite repeated commitments made by Canada to enter into funded sub-accords on identified priority policy areas, the parties have not reached such agreements since 2019, due to the inability and unwillingness of the Government of Canada to meaningfully make progress on joint priorities identified in the PBM, and to the detriment of the Métis Nation, Métis governments, and Métis citizens across the homeland. And whereas the federal government has not provided meaningful funding for Métis Nation PBM priorities in recent years, now therefore be it resolved that the Métis National Council take any action necessary, including working with opposition parties and media, to hold the Government of Canada accountable to the Accord and to making the Accord implementable through full funding, the full participation of relevant departments and ministers, and a guaranteed meeting schedule set at the start of each calendar year. Be it further resolved that the Métis National Council seek a commitment from the Government of Canada to institutionalize the 2017 Canada Métis Nation Accord and permanent bilateral mechanism through legislation as a means to honor the Crown's commitments to the Métis Nation. Be it further resolved that the Métis National Council call for an urgent meeting between the President of the MNC and the Prime Minister to reset and restore the PBM on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis. So moved by, and again, Vice President Walter Minot and President Margaret Fro. So thank you. So at this point, we will open it up for debate. I'm going to first, and I do see a hand there, but I'm going to first allow the mover and the seconder to speak, and then I'll be including a list. So I've got you're speaking after Margaret Fro, assuming she wishes to speak. If you're wanting to speak, just raise your hand or indicate your light, and I'll do my best to keep an accurate list of that going forward. And so I'll turn to Vice President Minot, if you wish to speak. Deferring to Mr. Dier, okay.
I just wanted to point it out that that digital copy, if anyone's watching, is different from the printed copy on, so I just want to make a note of that.
Yep.
Okay.
So Vice President Minot, not wishing to speak to the resolution itself, or?
Yes, I do speak in favor of this resolution. I think it's going to give our national president the tools to be able to negotiate on behalf of the whole National Council, and gives her more leeway to represent us at a stronger level. So,
thank you very much. I'll offer an opportunity to President Fro.
Thank you, bon matin, everybody. I want to just also speak in support of this resolution, starting by acknowledging all the work that all of our Métis governments did alongside the MNC to achieve the Canada Métis Nation Accord. And the various sub-accords that we've negotiated, and we're continuing to negotiate under that instrument. And of course, the permanent bilateral mechanism is a really important tool in getting that work done. I will say that I believe that the work that we've been doing under that accord has made huge and very significant impacts on the lives of our children, our families, and our communities, indeed our entire nation. And I mean, sadly, due to the actions of some of our past leaders and dysfunction at the Métis National Council, we lost some time in being able to really move forward with that process. But we've had that change in leadership. We've restored governance. We've restored respect for this institution, and we've resumed that joint work with Canada. But we've seen it stall, as you see reflected in the resolution. And it, again, such an important tool. And there is an absolutely need to reset and restore that whole process on that nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis. And this resolution elevates this. It puts the full weight of this assembly behind our president to do that work directly with the Prime Minister and ensure that Canada steps up and fulfills its obligations under the accord. So thank you for supporting the resolution. Merci.
Thank you. Co-chair recognizes Mervyn Tex-Bouvier.
So I guess at the start of the resolution, it says by the Métis National Council as governing members, which are inclusive of knowledge keepers, elders, and youth. And I'm just wondering about a friendly amendment adding women. You got a lot of women around this table, and I didn't see anything about the woman, so I thought maybe you should add women.
Thank you. And I appreciate, and I think one of the things that maybe we can highlight as this as an example, the whereas clauses are more for context and background, but are not actually part of the resolution that's being resolved. You know, I certainly understand the intent and the reason for what you're suggesting, but I don't want to this morning, today, using time amending whereas clauses where that's not actually the resolution, that's just essentially the background to it. The business is the portion starting at now, therefore be it resolved that. And so I'm going to try to limit that today to any amendments or changes to that portion of resolutions, given those are the actual resolutions. The whereas clauses are essentially, like I said, context and as background for it. So I'm not going to entertain an amendment for a whereas clause at this time, but I certainly appreciate the sentiment and the idea of that. I have next speaker to my right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to call a question.
Thank you. I hadn't seen any other hands or individuals wishing to speak to that. Now, for going through, obviously, these resolutions, we will be going through roll call votes for the resolutions. Having heard question, not seeing any other individuals wishing to speak, we will go to the vote. And we'll just be, at this point, going through the delegates, not any alternates unless they're there.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Is this for recorded voting only, or can we just show, for expediency, just show a raise of hands?
So just give me a second, I can clarify that. Thank you. I think we don't have an issue with the show of hands, but what I'm going to suggest, and I'm just looking at some of the past, what we did last year, where there are delegates counted in favor, opposed, et cetera. To assist us with that, just given how far some of you are and people sitting beside each other, we may go through by governing member just to get the show of hands for those delegates so that we can accurately record them in a quick manner. And then we'll record the numbers and abstentions and opposition. So thank you. So at this point then, I will start to my right and we'll go in different orders throughout the morning. Métis Nation Ontario, those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Métis Nation Saskatchewan, those in favor, please raise your hand.
Can I make a comment, please?
We'll have the comment after the vote.
No, just a comment on the vote, what we're doing right now. If you look at the past history of the Métis National Council, we've always created divisiveness in this group. Even by what you're doing right now in regards to how you're doing the vote, could some issues may arise. So we've got to vote together. If we're going to say we're going to be together, like in my opening remarks yesterday, well, let's do it together, not in isolation of one another.
Thank you very much. I take that point, and I think that's a very good suggestion. I'm going to go through that, and I have recorded the votes to my right, but I do take that point. And so what I'm going to ask is it's going to take a little bit longer just so that we can ensure that we've got the accurate hands. And when you're doing that, please keep your hand up for the whole time until the vote has been counted. There'll be both of us just to ensure that. But I do take that point. Is there a point of order?
Yeah, just a suggestion from the chair's point of view. If you just want to ask if there's consensus, anybody objecting or abstaining, I think that would speed the process along as well.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Just a point of order, please.
Yes.
The third be it resolved, that's all written, everybody's got the written copy. I know it wasn't read, but just to give everybody some information, that is not part of this resolution.
That's correct. It was just what was read,
yeah.
And that's correct. All right, so thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments, President McCallum and Vice President Rollinson. So at this point, if you are in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 1 as read, carried unanimously.
Just a quick point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
When we're recording these in the minutes, they're going to be recorded as they were passed by consensus, correct?
I believe in the past it was noted if it was unanimous, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
The example set in.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, carried unanimously.
All right. So the next motion with respect to Child and Family Services, it's at page 5 of the resolutions package. And I would just ask that the mover, President Margaret Frode, that she affirm that she is moving this resolution. And we have Walter Minot present, who intends to second the resolution.
Actually, we're going to have our director, Deb Fisher, going to be seconding that.
And then after I've read the resolution, I'll just confirm that she's seconding it. Okay, so it's so moved by President Margaret Frode, whereas a distinct Indigenous people, the Métis Nation, emerged with its own collective identity, language, culture, values, way of life, and self-government in the historic Northwest prior to Canada's westward expansion following Confederation, and is represented today by the Métis National Council and its governing members, which are inclusive of knowledge keepers, elders, and youth. And whereas the Métis National Council's Department of Child and Family Services was involved in the development of this resolution as part of the Métis National Council's collaborative approach to policy development, and the department will be involved in its implementation once adopted. And whereas it is well known that current child and family services, CFS, systems across Canada fall short of ensuring the health, well-being, and betterment of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children and youth, as evidenced by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action 1 through 5. And whereas the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, provides a framework for the improvement of child welfare law, policy, and practices, as well as measures to ensure equal access to health, social conditions, and special needs of children and youth, which Canada is bound to through the enactment of the 2021 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And whereas an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, the Act, identifies substantive equality as one of 3 national principles to guide the future provision of CFS to Indigenous children and youth in Canada. And whereas Canada has made several First Nations and Inuit-specific CFS reform commitments through Jordan's Principle and the Inuit Child First Initiative, both grounded in the concept of substantive equality, but has yet to adopt a distinctions-based approach to meet the comparable needs of Métis children, youth, and families. And whereas the Métis National Council, MNC, and its governing members are diligently exploring opportunities for culturally appropriate reform of current CFS systems to keep Métis children and youth safe, healthy, and thriving with their families, community, and culture. And whereas the MNC recognizes that the governing members are engaged in or may be pursuing separate bilateral processes with the Crown regarding CFS-related issues and jurisdiction, and that the MNC desires to support, not duplicate or undermine, work being undertaken, I presume that's intended to be, by the governing members by focusing on common issues and synergies that can be advanced at the national level. Now therefore be it resolved that the MNC call on Canada to recognize the MNC governing members as the sole entities having jurisdiction over Métis children within their provincial boundaries. Be it further resolved that the General Assembly direct the Métis National Council to 1. Support governing members in the exploration of the establishment of a dedicated Métis-specific Child First initiative with Canada that will allow Métis children, youth, and families to achieve better health outcomes and family cohesion through preventative, supportive, and timely measures that facilitate access to essential health, social, and education products, services, and supports, including through a potential CFS sub-accord under the Métis Nation Accord. And 2, ensure that any CFS-related work completed at the national level supports and supplements, rather than duplicates or undermines, any bilateral work undertaken between a governing member and the Crown, including the provision of related capacity funding for such work. And again, this was moved by President Margaret Fro, and then we'll ask the seconder, Deb Fisher, to confirm that she is seconding the motion.
I so do.
Right, and I just also would confirm the bottom whereas clause on page 5, that that can be amended to undertaken. The second bottom line there.
I would agree.
Okay. Okay, we'll open it up for discussion. The mover, President Margaret Fro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very clear Métis child and youth, family and well-being is one of the key priorities that we've identified together under our national process and our Canada Métis Nation Accord, and indeed within each of our Métis governments and the work that we're doing. We've also advanced this issue through the self-government agreements that the Métis Nation of Ontario, Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and Métis Nation of Alberta have negotiated with Canada. And being self-determining, being self-governing has to include taking care of our children and our families. Too many of our children, too many of our young people are caught up in systems that don't serve them. They're lost there. Sometimes they die there. And there is a huge need for dedicated resources and supports for all of our Métis governments and our communities as we undertake that work to build what we believe, what we know is the right system to support our children and young people. And I want to acknowledge all that work that's already underway. So for example, in Ontario, our Northwestern Ontario Métis community have already established a Métis Child, Youth and Family Services Agency as a pilot. Our other communities are looking at what they want. What do healthy Métis children and families look like? What kind of a system do we want to build? And I know that our other sister governments are working on C92 initiatives and working to ensure that there's that strong voice, and we're building our own Métis systems. We need this sub-accord. We need to give clear direction to our leadership and to Canada that a sub-accord is essential to support and ensure that we're successful in that work. And I think it's very important, the last clause, to ensure that the work that we're doing at a national level supplements and doesn't duplicate or interfere in any way with the work that each of our Métis governments are doing in the communities that we represent. So I'm speaking, obviously, I'm moving the resolution and would ask you all to join us all in standing in support of our children and our youth. Merci.
Moving on to Deb Fisher.
Thank you. I speak in favor of this resolution with all my heart. Our families are continuing to be broken apart from colonial systems that were made to just do that. This resolution is not about child welfare. It's about Métis family preservation and the future of our nation. Family preservation goes so much deeper. It's the foundation of a healthy family, community, and nation. The very root of the issue of why our families are put at any risk in the first place is because we're not allowed to invest in them. Colonial governments' systems do not serve our people. Our Métis families' preservation and our future is being attacked by a system that used to be called the residential school system and its legacy. Our children now are housed in different homes with strangers instead of big buildings. They are still not attached to their communities, their families, their culture, their language as they should be. What if we could provide what the families needed to stay together and build healthy futures? The inequities need to stop. Now is the time to walk our talk and put our Métis families, children, and youth at the front of our decisions. All roads of safe services lead to a healthy, productive family, community, and nation. Preserving our Métis families opens the doors for future generations of successes at all levels. I totally support this and ask for your support.
Vice President Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this resolution. I mean, in Saskatchewan, we're doing a lot of work engaging with our communities, talking about all the issues that you've just raised. But the only issue that I have, and I mean, we have been through this C-53 stuff for the last, as everybody knows, how long? When we talk about, so I ask that maybe we talk about this particular, therefore be it resolved. It says that the MNC call on Canada to recognize the MNC governing members as the sole entities having jurisdiction over Métis children within their provincial boundaries. this raises the issue that the settlements have been raising. And I mean, it flies in the face of what we've been talking about with the INAN committee, in terms of saying, well, there can be other Indigenous governing bodies. So for example, in Alberta, we're looking at legislation, and we're hoping to get legislation. We're talking about who we represent and who we don't represent. And I think this really raises a fundamental issue that we're trying to address just now with the INAN committee. So I ask that, as I said, I completely support this, Margaret, but I think that we need to sort of think about what that says and how it affects even our argument right now.
We have at the end, can you identify yourself, please?
Karen Collins with the Pimswak Métis government in the province of Alberta. I thank Vice President Leclerc for raising those points. That was the exact issue that I wanted to speak to. I come from a Elizabeth Métis settlement in northeastern Alberta. I have children, I have grandchildren. That was my very concern. I've been listening to C-53 like probably all of us in this room. And I concur with many of Vice President Leclerc's comments. And I too look to the mover and the seconder to see, can we work with the wording so that my grandchildren yet to come are not excluded from anything that we do as a collective Métis nation with respect to our families and our children and our entire community on a go-forward basis. So I would be, and I'm very much in support of this. Don't get me wrong. I should have started out by saying I'm in support of this because it's our responsibility. Certainly as a mother, I sit here and I am in support of the resolution. However, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with that exact same perception. Thank you.
President Fro?
Yeah, no, I wanted to thank Vice President Leclerc for catching that, because she is exactly right. This is an issue that we've been having quite a bit of conversation at the INAN committee hearings around, and we should have caught that when we discussed this earlier this week. That being said, I think we can find language that's going to fit and that's going to be consistent with what we're doing with our advocacy around Bill C-53. I do think we'll just need a little bit of time to come up with that and just be careful around it to ensure that it's supplementing and supporting the position our three Métis governments are taking before INAN. But I think we can do that in fairly short order. And I'm perfectly happy to make those revisions.
Thank you. What I'm going to suggest then, given what President Froh said, we have a couple of other individuals who have raised their hand or indicated wishing to speak. And so perhaps while those discussions go on, we can have, if there's assistance in finding the wording that might be assisting in that, but we can still continue with the discussion. We next had Vice President Rowlands, and then I have Ms. McCallum next. Go ahead.
9 years ago, I contacted CFS to be a volunteer to foster children. And as soon as I identified as Métis, I was then taken from CFS and handed over to the First Nations Child and Family Services, which is fine. But I made it clear that I would like to foster Métis children. At that time, they had no way of identifying who Métis children were within the system. So I full-heartedly support this resolution. I've had 15, 16 First Nation children come through our home. They've been a delight, giving them a second chance. But for the last 7 or 8 years, it would have been nice to be able to help and give a second chance to our Métis children and reunite them with their family and teach them their culture. Because it's been a learning experience for me teaching First Nation culture to our children. So I full-heartedly support this resolution.
President Glenn McCollum.
Yeah, sorry, because sometimes when there's too many mics indicated then, so we have President McCallum next.
Thank you. I support this resolution. What I would like to say is that a lot of times we use a lot of different angles in regards to how we write resolutions. The most important thing for me is engagement, to be able to compare notes, because words do matter. And when we talk about the UN Declaration, I've always said it's a floating document. However, with the work that we've done from an MOU framework, core governance agreement, and legislation to follow, and hopefully treaties shortly after that, that we determine ourselves in regards to jurisdiction and citizenship. At the same time, we don't do enough engagements to be able to compare notes in regards to what we're doing. So again, I would like to see that the stories that are being told now are the same similar stories that can be told by other provinces. How do we bring those stories together? By having engagements at the national level to be able to compare notes in regards to where the provinces are, so that we don't run into situations like this where we talk about what we're doing in these provinces individually, but to be able to share, and hopefully that revamping the Métis National Council in regards to what its role is to be able to speak for us, which our president has very clearly said many times. But it's up to us here, when is that going to happen, to be able to share information, even the public relations piece with the First Nations people. Karen and I, a councillor from Alberta, have been working on a paper to be able to compare notes in regards to how can we better do our job to be able to be inclusive of others in our provinces. So I do support this resolution, but let's make it clear that if we don't build the system ourselves, the UN Declaration is just a measuring stick, let's say, but a stick that you can use to wake up the government in regards to how they've fallen short of making a commitment to be able to better the lives of our families. So that is our responsibility in each province in regards to structuring their governments, working with their governments, continuing to engage and find, hopefully, a system that works for each province. But we need to see more of those engagements at the national level with each province to be able to compare notes in regards to how we go from here. But I do support this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Dieger.
Great, thanks very much. Louis DeJager, Métis Nation, BC. We're in a different position. We are not at the table with seat 53. We're still on the road. We're still the road allowance. We still don't have jurisdiction over our kids, and it's tougher for us. So we have a situation where MMF, Manitoba Métis Federation, claimed sole jurisdiction over everything, over us. We don't have IGP status. We're still fighting that battle. So we looked at this resolution and we thought, what a great opportunity for our Métis National Council to support us. We're looking at you to help us so that we don't get taken over and our kids don't go somewhere else. They actually come to us. Your blood, we have the same last names of you. We face discrimination based on location. We're not even close to being where you are. So more things are double the threat to us. We want this to go through so that we have your support. We have situations in BC where BC government entities make decisions for Métis kids, not us. We're totally left outside. We stood with the Gitsan in the last case, one of the cases up north where they were saying that the baby was a Métis baby. And we're like, no, that's not a Métis, that's a Gitsan baby. We need you on this one. This should go through. I would suggest that if we could change possibly at the beginning now, therefore, be it resolved that the MNC call on Canada to recognize the MNC governing members as the sole entities. Maybe that can be changed to the primary entities. But we don't want it to change that much because we need your support. Until we get IGB status, we have to go through deaths, situations where we're separated from our kids. And that's unacceptable in 2023, especially when we have a body like this that can help support us achieve jurisdiction over our children and families. So I ask you to support this, maybe with a slight change.
President Sandmayer?
Yes, we are also in support of this resolution. We are actively pursuing C-92. We have a great committee that has been working on this for a couple of years now and have given notice to Canada and Alberta that we will be pursuing our own children's authority, working on a model of care and a law currently. I just want to say that under the whereas, as far as the Jordan's Principle and Inuit Child First Initiative, we really need to push Canada on this. We have combined families or foster parents that have both First Nation children and Métis children in their care, and they're getting support through Jordan's Principle for one child and not the other. And it's a sad state of affairs. So I am fully supportive of this resolution once we have that new language under the be it resolved. Thank you.
President Fro?
Thank you. So fully appreciate all the comments around the table. And I would suggest that we amend the first resolution clause to state that the MNC call on Canada to recognize the MNC governing members as Indigenous governing bodies for the purposes of Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, which I believe will address the concerns brought forward from MNBC. And that is completely consistent with the position that our three Métis governments have taken before the INAN committee. So that I would suggest that amendment.
Sorry, President Fro, can you just repeat that wording again, just Laura, just because we don't, so everyone can write it down if they wish?
Sure. Now therefore be it resolved that the MNC call on Canada to recognize the MNC governing members as Indigenous governing bodies for the purposes of C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families.
The seconder, Deborah Fisher, did you agree with those amendments?
Absolutely.
All right, so first would ask that,
I'm just calling question.
so first we'd ask for, confirmation on the amendments. So we're going to ask for a vote on the amendments as presented, as just read by President Fro. So all those in favor with the amendment, can you please with the proposed amendment, please raise your hand.
Point of order.
Yep.
I don't think that was a motion. I think that was a friendly amendment. Am I right? You're just so there's no motion on the floor to make an amendment to that. So I think it's just a flat out.
The motion got on the floor once we opened it for debate. And so.
So President Fro is making a motion to amend her own motion? And the seconder is seconding the amendment to the, oh my gosh.
Yeah, once it's on the floor, it no longer belongs to the mover and the seconder, it actually belongs to the assembly as a whole. So for example, even if the original mover and seconder wished to make an amendment that was not agreeable to everyone else, they couldn't just essentially override it.
I guess I'm just from the back bush in northern Alberta where we say, okay, everybody good with it? Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah,
So I expect this would be, again, something by unanimous consent. So what I'm going to ask, if there's any objection to the amendment, to adding that, changing that wording as suggested by President Fro. So is there any objection to that? Otherwise, we'll accept that as unanimous consent. Please raise your hand if there's any objection. Seeing no objection, the amendment passes, and now we're to the resolution as amended. Any hearing question if you want.
All right, and we'll do the same process through, seeing if we can pass this through unanimous consent. So first, are there any objections to the motion as amended? Please raise your hand if you object. All right, and that motion passes.
And it'll be noted that it passes unanimously. The next resolution begins on page 7, primary and secondary education. And hopefully we do have President Fro, and I see President McCallum present for the mover and seconder of this, and so I'll get you to confirm your intention to move and second this once I read through it. Primary and secondary education. Whereas a distinct Indigenous people, the Métis Nation, emerged with its own collective identity, language, culture, values, way of life, and self-government in the historic Northwest prior to Canada's westward expansion following Confederation, and is represented today by the Métis National Council and its governing members, which are inclusive of knowledge keepers, elders, and youth. And whereas the Métis National Council's Department of Education and Training was involved in the development of this resolution as part of the Métis National Council's collaborative approach to policy development, and the department will be involved in its implementation once adopted. And whereas the Métis Nation is committed to lifelong learning and improved educational outcomes for Métis citizens in the primary and secondary school system, and this is an essential step in the lifelong learning process. And whereas the Canada Métis Nation Accord commits Canada and the Métis Nation to co-develop ways to strengthen Métis Nation participation in the public education system, including the design and delivery of culturally appropriate educational services and programs, address the primary and secondary education attainment gap between Métis Nation citizens and non-Indigenous Canadians, and this is an important factor in closing the overall socioeconomic gap between Métis Nation citizens and non-Indigenous Canadians, and explore ways of expanding the capacity of existing Métis Nation post-secondary institutions and the need for additional institutions. And whereas under the terms of the Canada Métis Nation Accord, Canada and the Métis Nation may enter companion accords, agreements, protocols, or any other arrangements deemed suitable to achieve jointly established policy priorities. And whereas the Métis Nation created and presented to Canada a proposal calling for the co-development of a 10-year primary and secondary education subaccord to support Métis control of Métis education and improve primary and secondary education outcomes for Métis students. And whereas notwithstanding that in December 2022, Canada and the Métis Nation agreed to start work on a Métis Nation primary and secondary education subaccord, Canada has yet to provide the Métis Nation capacity resources for meaningful participation in the co-development process. And whereas Canada is not meeting its commitments made under the Canada Métis Nation Accord and its overall policy of reconciliation goals with the Métis Nation, now therefore be it resolved that the Métis National Council, MNC, General Assembly calls on the Prime Minister and other federal ministers to enact commitments made under the permanent bilateral mechanism and to co-develop a Métis Nation primary and secondary education subaccord with dedicated, adequate funding to ensure that the goals of the subaccord can be met, to be presented at the Crown Métis Nation Summit in summer 2024, moved by President Margaret Froh, and that's correct. Thank you, and seconded by President Glenn McCallum, is that correct? Thank you. At this time, then, I will open it up for discussion, and I'll invite President Froh first, followed by President McCallum, and then anyone else wishing to speak to it.
Thank you, merci. I should have been more judicial the other day at the Board of Governors when they said, would you like to move things? I promise I will stop talking at some point. Just similar to my earlier comments about the importance of that permanent bilateral mechanism and our continuing work under that mechanism, this whole area of K-12 education is one of those key priorities that all of our Métis governments together within Métis National Council identified as a priority under that national accord. I know that it's also a key priority for each of our Métis governments, and it's been foundational, certainly, to the Métis Nation of Ontario. Our goal always is to build healthy, strong, proud children and young people for the health and the future of our nation. It's time that we get to an appropriate subaccord with the appropriate funding committed to our governments to support our kids in their primary and secondary education goals. So I fully support and move this motion. Merci.
President McCallum.
In my language, I said I support this resolution. You know, again, I go back to our organization here nationally in regards to engagements, to be able to better prepare ourselves in regards to where we're at, what we're doing, who we're working with. In Saskatchewan, we work with the public school system, the Catholic school system, Northern Lights school divisions, and some other school divisions. We work with the University of Saskatchewan and making sure post-secondary students are introduced to other areas of careers. So I look forward to those engagements, but it's very important to make a better, stronger voice in regards to who we are as Métis people on the question of education. There's a lot of work to be done in our provinces. There has been a lot of work done in our provinces. We'll continue to do that job and represent our citizens coming up and going into education. So I support this resolution. Thank you very much.
President McCallum. Mitch Case?
Yeah, thank you, Chairs. I wholeheartedly support this resolution, and I'd like to ask President Froh and President McCallum for possibly a slight friendly amendment, and I'll explain what the purpose for it before I explain the amendment. So, one of the matters that we know that becomes a problem for us from time to time in various jurisdictions is that the provincial governments don't understand how Section 35 works. They don't understand who it is that we represent. They don't understand where their jurisdiction lies, but where also our jurisdiction lies. And I'd give an example. For us in Ontario, we spent about 4 years working very collaboratively with the provincial government. Métis Nation of Ontario, First Nations, everybody worked very well together with the previous government to develop an entire revamp of the curriculum on Indigenous education from K to 12, complete revamp. Change of government, within the first 30 days, they canceled 4 years worth of work. With just a stroke of a pen, it was gone, right? We know that similar things have happened in other places. And so as part of the helping those provincial governments understand right? I think I would just propose a very brief friendly amendment to, that be it further resolved that the MNC General Assembly direct the President and relevant MNC officials to advocate for this matter at both Council of the Federation and the Federal, Provincial, Territory, Indigenous leadership meetings to help those relevant ministers continue to hear the issue, not just from us when we see them, but then they go to a meeting in Fredericton or wherever they go, and they hear it again from the MNC, that you have a responsibility, that, you know, what's working in Saskatchewan really well, we support that and we want to see that continue. What's not working somewhere else, that's not working and it needs to change, right? So that's my friendly amendment I'd like to suggest.
Thank you. If I can just have just a moment to confer with my co-chair for a second. Thank you. Mr. Case, if I can get you again, just I appreciate if you can go through the wording of the additional, therefore be it resolved, just so that everyone has it, and if they wish to write it down, because unfortunately we just don't have anyone to be able to type it right
Yeah,
now.
sure, and I have it printed here. I can email it to the minute taker also. So be it further resolved that the Métis National Council General Assembly direct the President and relevant Métis National Council officials to advocate on this matter at Council of the Federation and Federal, Provincial, Territory, Indigenous leadership tables.
We did have, so perhaps I will turn just for a comment or a suggestion from President Fro.
I would happily accept that amendment.
And President McCallum.
I just would like to say again, it goes back to the situation that we don't engage enough to be able to compare notes. We do know that we have issues in each province with different governments representing our provinces. We have different views of things, we have different issues that we have to deal with, but if we don't have national meetings on education, economic development, where are we going to get to that point of speaking with that one strong voice? As far as the friendly amendment in regards to having our national president be able to be present wherever meetings are happening, which governments are meeting, how can she better represent us if we don't give him our views in regards to what is happening within our provinces? But again, if it's where we make a decision to be able to move forward in the future, that we speak of these items together and hopefully come up with the right language instead of always showing up here at the table to be able to change language because we haven't communicated enough. But I would agree to that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have an amendment, and what I'm going to ask, as we did last time, if there's any objection to the amendment, to the wording to added as proposed by Delegate Mitch Case. Is there any objection to that? If so, raise your hand. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just ask for it to be read slower this time?
Sure, yes. If I can get again, or perhaps if you want, I can read it out. You have it.
They tell me I talk too much, then I talk too fast. Oh my God. Okay, be it further resolved that the Métis National Council General Assembly direct the President and relevant Métis National Council officials to advocate on this matter at the Council of the Federation and Federal, Provincial, Territory, Indigenous FPTI leadership tables.
Thank you. So I'll leave it up. Is there any objection to adding that wording as a further be it resolved? Seeing none, then we'll have that added to the original resolution. Thank you. And I did have a further speaker wishing to speak on that. Deb Fisher.
Yeah, I totally, Deb Fisher, Métis Nation, BC, Minister of Children and Family and Education. I'm in 100% agreement with this. Just a little bit of background too. We have hosted in BC Métis Nation Council for Children and Families for that exact reason, President McCollum, that we need to talk to each other. We need to know where the issues are. We also met here in Ottawa just recently as well for education. And I think we all agreed that our children come first. We have very similar situations, and that we do need to share the information more so that we're stronger. Not just stronger, but also braver. Just a little bit of hindsight for us in BC. MNBC gets a total of $150,000 per year, just started this year for the first time, for our K-12 students. That works out to be $10 for the whole year per kid. And that's considered support. Our education, the education for our kids is not worth 12.5%. We have to look at our children as a whole. My grandchildren, I have grandchildren in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and one goes back and forth between Yukon and Saskatchewan. I only have to drive 1 hour and 15 minutes to access supports for them coming from BC over into Alberta. I want you to think about your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews that live in British Columbia, your family. We have to be whole when it comes to our kids. 3 weeks ago, the provincial government accepted an agreement where First Nations Education Steering Committee takes possession and control of $1,740 per Indigenous student that self-identifies. And now we have to go through First Nations Education Steering Council or our local First Nations in order to get any supports for our children. It's a huge backward step. We need this support. We need this support from everybody for all of our kids across the homeland. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else wishing to speak or raising the hand, so we will proceed to the vote on the resolution as amended. We will seek unanimous consent and consensus. Is there anyone who opposes this resolution as amended? Seeing no opposition, the resolution passes as amended unanimously.
Moving on to the fourth resolution, you'll find
Madam
that.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, just as a point of order.
Yes.
Margaret Froh, Métis Nation of Ontario. As you're all aware, our three Métis governments and our national president have been very busy advocating on behalf of Bill C-53. In fact, we've been attending meetings and we're going to have to be stepping in and out of our assembly yesterday and today as a result. I've been asked to attend a meeting on behalf of our three Métis governments, and I'm going to have to leave over the lunch hour. There are 3 resolutions that I'm actually a mover on, and I just want to ensure that we have the opportunity to address those before I leave, or to have other people step in as mover.
Yes, I think we spoke yesterday where there's exceptional circumstances where the mover, if not present, we talked about sickness, and in this case, attending a meeting such as that, and obviously the mover not having the control over the order in which the resolutions are presented. As long as we can perhaps identify someone who will take your stead as mover, that would be.
And for a point of clarification, I think this morning we already did that when Minister Fisher subbed in, so.
Exactly. So as long as we can have someone identified, then I have no issues with that, given the circumstances that you've set out. Yes, recognize Vice President.
Hi, thank you. Michelle Leclerc, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan. I wonder if we might
as President Fro has just raised the issue of her going to meet with some of the parliamentarians this afternoon on Bill C-53, if we can move the call for the advancement of Bill C-53 through the legislative process to now. I know I have to leave right at 12, so that she might take that in hand with her while she's meeting with some of those INAN committee.
Thank you for the suggestion, Vice President Leclerc. And so at this point, I will look for unanimous consent to do that. If there's any objection to proceeding next with the call for the advancement of Bill C-53 through the legislative process, if there's any objection to moving that to now? Not seeing any, then yes, we'll proceed that way and we'll deal with that one next.
And that one is on page 13. So President Fro has moved. The resolution will be seconded by Vice President Leclerc. Wow, there are some whereas clauses here. All right. Call for the advancement of Bill C-53 through the legislative process. Whereas Canada's historic relationship with the Métis Nation has been steeped in colonialism and successive governments have failed to acknowledge and respect the inherent rights of the Métis Nation, including its rights of self-determination and self-government. And whereas since 1982, the Métis National Council, MNC, as mandated by its governing members, has been the Métis Nation's national voice on issues of collective importance to the Métis Nation. And whereas over the last 20 years, in a series of cases, including R.V. Powley, Alberta v. Cunningham, Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc., and Canada, and Daniels v. Canada, the Supreme Court of Canada has provided direction to the Crown to advance reconciliation with the Métis Nation through determining, recognizing, and respecting the rights of the Métis. And whereas since 2015, Canada has begun to work with the Métis Nation to advance reconciliation and renew the relationship on a nation-to-nation basis founded on cooperation, respect for rights, Canada's international obligations, and a commitment to end the status quo. And whereas in 2017, the MNC and Canada signed the Canada Métis Nation Accord, which recognized the Métis Nation, the, quote, Métis Nation continues to exist as a distinct Aboriginal people today and seeks to advance and exercise its right to self-determination, including self-government within Canada, end quote. And whereas the Canada Métis Nation Accord stated objectives include 1.1.2, renew the Métis Nation Crown relationship on a nation-to-nation, government-to-government basis, and 2, end the legacy of colonialism and colonial attitudes wherever they may remain in federal legislation, policies, and practices. 1.1.3, advance reconciliation of the rights, claims, interests, and aspirations of the Métis Nation and those of all Canadians. And whereas, in response to this history and context, as part of its efforts to advance reconciliation with the Métis Nation, Canada has engaged in negotiations with Métis governments, including the Métis Nation of Alberta, MNA, the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, MNS, and the Métis Nation of Ontario, MNO, in respect of self-determination and self-government within their respective jurisdictions. And whereas in 2019, respective negotiations between the MNA, MNS, and MNO and the Government of Canada culminated in the signing of Métis government recognition and self-government agreements, which recognize that the Métis collectivities who have mandated the MNA, MNS, and MNO as their representative governments hold the inherent right to self-government, and promise that the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, the Minister, would recommend to Parliament that federal recognition legislation be introduced to give legal effect to these self-government agreements. And whereas in 2021, the Parliament of Canada enacted the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, the UNDRIP Act, that provides a framework for reconciliation and cooperative relationships between Canada and Indigenous peoples, including the Métis Nation, and which explicitly acknowledges that the Government of Canada is committed to taking effective measures, including legislative, policy, and administrative measures at the national and international level in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to achieve the objectives of the Declaration. The Government of Canada recognized that all relations with Indigenous peoples must be based on the recognition and implementation of the inherent right to self-determination, including the right of self-government. There is an urgent need to respect and promote the rights of Indigenous peoples affirmed in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. And those treaties, agreements, and arrangements can contribute to the implementation of the Declaration. And whereas, in accordance with the UNDRIP Act, Canada released its UNDRIP Act plan in 2023, under which the Métis Priorities chapter explicitly states, quote, consistent with the commitment to co-develop approaches for the implementation of the right to self-determination, Canada will introduce federal legislation to implement the co-developed Métis self-government recognition and implementation agreements with the Métis Nation of Alberta, Métis Nation of Ontario, and Métis Nation Saskatchewan. And whereas in February 2023, building upon the 2019 self-government agreements, the MNA, MNS, and MNO signed Métis self-government recognition and implementation agreements in which Canada formally recognized the MNA, MNS, and MNO as the Métis governments of their respective Métis citizens who possess an inherent right to self-government, and recognizes that each of these Métis governments has jurisdiction in the area of citizenship, leadership selection, internal administration, and child and family services. And whereas on June 21, the minister introduced Bill C-53, Act respecting the recognition of certain Métis governments in Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan to give effect to treaties with those governments and to make consequential amendments to other acts in the House of Commons, which affirms the 2019 and 2023 Métis self-government agreements and recognizes Métis self-determination over internal matters of Métis governance, such as the Métis citizenship, Métis elections, Métis government structures, and Métis child and family services. And whereas Bill C-53 was co-developed with the MNA, MNS, and MNO and has the full support of these Métis governments and the MNC. And whereas Bill C-53 is only about the MNA, MNS, and MNO's internal governance, recognizing their authority to respect to Métis citizenship, sorry, I'm going to correct that, recognizing their authority with respect to Métis citizenship, Métis elections, Métis government operations, and Métis child and family services, none of which adversely impacts the Aboriginal or treaty rights of First Nations or other Métis governments. And whereas the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, INAN, began its study on Bill C-53 on October 26, 2023, and has since conducted a robust study of Bill C-53, which has included testimony from 45 witnesses and all parties having the opportunity to offer informed amendments. And whereas the 10 similar pieces, self-government implementation, legislation concerning other Indigenous peoples that have been enacted by Parliament in the last 15 years have all received unanimous consent and achieved royal assent following just one committee meeting in the House and/or Senate. And whereas the number of INAN committee meetings, the number of witnesses, and length of INAN's study of Bill C-53 is unprecedented and sets a new negative standard for all future Indigenous self-government legislation to be subjected to. And whereas the legislative process being dragged out has resulted in the amplification of toxic falsehoods, misinformation, and painful lateral violence that has negatively impacted Métis youth and elders. Now therefore, be it resolved that, as Bill C-53 has already undergone the longest and most extensive House of Commons committee study of any piece of Indigenous self-government legislation in history, the MNC calls upon all federal parliamentarians and political parties to, 1, work collaboratively to advance the passage of Bill C-53 in a timely manner and without further delay. 2, extend the Métis Nation the same respect they have shown every other Indigenous nation who has been recognized with self-government legislation by providing the same all-party cooperation and support for Bill C-53 in the House of Commons and the Senate. 3, recognize and respect that Bill C-53 is a part of the Métis Nation's chosen route to implementing our inherent rights, self-determination, and self-government, and therefore furthers the implementation of UNDRIP within Canada as contemplated by the UNDRIP Act. We have President Fro. Do you move?
I do.
And then this is seconded by Vice President Leclerc.
I so second.
All right, we will open things up for discussion. President Fro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying that I recognize the resolution is very long. I'm going to apologize for that, I guess, in a way, but not really, because it is so important that we tell this story. It is so important that we tell this story of resistance. Our people have been fighting for recognition of our inherent rights of self-determination, of self-government for more than 200 years. Our Métis governments were created to do this. In fact, we established the Métis National Council to be that strong voice in support of our Métis governments at the national and at the international levels. So much work has gone into this recognition. UNDRIP, as was stated in the resolution, UNDRIP speaks to those rights. And in 2019, our three Métis governments made enormous progress when we signed those first ever Métis self-government agreements in this country's history. And of course, we've signed additional self-government agreements earlier this year. And finally, Canada introduced Bill C-53 into the House of Commons, albeit several years late, but they did it on June 21st of this year, and on National Indigenous Peoples Day. I'll say every self-government agreement, every Indigenous self-government agreement, every modern day treaty has this type of federal recognition legislation that accompanies it. It's the legislative cradle or the framework within which those agreements and any future agreements sit. And this type of legislation has been put forward, as you heard, for decades now, for decades. Almost 30 such bills have been advanced, and each has had the support of the House. As you heard, over the last decade and a half, all have received some form of unanimous consent. And we actually did have unanimous consent to have the bill introduced in June, and it was referred on to study at the committee. Some of these pieces of legislation, some of these bills for First Nations and Inuit governments have passed in as a matter of a few days. So as you heard, Bill C-53 is the first such bill that recognizes finally the Métis rights of self-determination and self-government. And it has been subjected to, as you heard, an unprecedented study before that INAN House of Commons committee. It has, I think it's fair to say, and you see this reflected in the resolution, this process has been a really challenging one. Not only are we losing a lot of sleep and traveling way too much to Ottawa, it has been a painful process for our people. And we have heard through this committee process, there has been a tremendous amount of misinformation and lateral violence that have been articulated about the Métis. this is something that we thought we had slain that dragon 20 years ago with the Pali decision. We were finally in a place where our communities and our rights were recognized. And suddenly we have a whole generation of Métis young people that have only known a world where there's been respect for Métis rights that are hearing people say, there are no Métis, there are no Métis rights. I want to acknowledge our youth leaders and our youth representative who's here with us, Jordy Plain, today. You might have seen the op-ed piece that she had in the Toronto Star talking about the impact on the mental health of our young people, especially of this process. It is time that this moves forward. We've seen so many delays. I think it is fair to say that there has been a very thorough review of this bill, an unprecedented thorough review of this bill. And it's time for parliamentarians to get this done. It has to move forward. That's what this resolution is all about. And I'd ask you all to join me and Vice President Leclerc in sending, and President Sandmeyer and President Caron, in sending a very strong message to the people that supposedly govern this country, that it's time that they recognize Métis self-government in Canada. Merci.
Vice President Leclerc, did you have any comments you wish to offer as the seconder?
Ditto. I don't think I can add to anything that Margaret hasn't already raised, so.
And we don't see any other, oh, we do have Mr. Dane. I'm so sorry, can you identify yourself?
Walter Minalt, MNBC. I'm speaking definitely in favor of this. Just to give everybody a little perspective, this is an historic event for Métis people right across Canada. You know, this is what we've been fighting for the last couple hundred years. Not just this government, but every government before us. The original leaders of the Métis National Council, the founders of our government, Mr. Fred House, Sam Sinclair, Jim Sinclair, Yvonne Dumont, and Tony Belcourt. This was their vision, to get recognition for Métis people right across Canada and to establish our rights. And this here is not just going to help the three governments going forward, but it's going to put a precedent for MNBC to move our issues forward as well. So we see this as a great thing for our whole nation. And I understand and I realize that I believe we're going to get 100% support on this here resolution here today. So my hats are off to the three provinces for all the hard work they've been doing to get to this level. And I'm hoping that one day that MNBC will be there at that same table, sitting right beside our fellow government. So thank you guys so much for all the hard work you've been doing.
At the end, I don't know if that's Lisa or Glenn. Okay, Lisa McCallum.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the resolution, but I just need some discussion or clarification around it, because right now, is my understanding, the committee is at a standstill due to the word collectivity versus community. And then under your, it's a quite lengthy motion, but on page 15, the third whereas, at the very bottom, it says, and whereas Bill C-53 is only about M&A, M&S, and M&O's internal governance, recognizing their authority with respect to Métis citizenship, Métis elections, Métis government operations, and Métis child and family services, none of which adversely impacts the Aboriginal or treaty rights of First Nations or other Métis governments. And, you know, when we, at your very, now therefore at the very last sentence, when you do reference to the UNDRIP within Canada, and as contemplated by the UNDRIP Act. And, you know, we just talked about the Child and Family Service Act, and Casey from Alberta that has the mandate under the Métis settlements and the First Nations. She talked about the importance of the Métis settlements, so that's one of the barriers that were hidden within that Bill C-53, and I was wondering, like, is somehow that specific sentence could even go in therefore, so then it's clarifying, because there are 2 proposed amendments by the Métis settlements that I believe, as our family, our kinship that we talk around the table, we need to respect our kinship within the Métis settlements. As KC is one of the Métis, she's a member of a Métis settlement. We have an elder from a Métis settlement in the front with us that did the opening prayer yesterday as well. So I just throw that out on the floor. Thank you.
President Fro, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to thank the speaker for the comments, and I think just continually reinforcing the fact that this is about our governance. It's not about anybody else. It doesn't impact anybody else. I think that's important, and that's why it's included in the preamble. I'm just, I'm not sure, given that the resolution clauses are really a resolution to do something, to action. So I'm not sure how that would be framed. Perhaps it's to continue to, I don't know. I mean, this resolution is really focused on parliamentarians, telling them to move on, right? So if you've got some ideas around how that could be changed, I'd be happy to hear them. But I think certainly having that included in the whereas clauses helps to tell that story and set the record, for sure.
Thank you, President Fro. I think that the whereas, and we all know the whereas is the story, right? And we want to tell the story, and it's told very well under the whereas, but when we come to therefore, just to be able to help the parliamentaries to move forward without the stalling, right? Because our desire is for that legislation to move forward, but not with the barriers of our kinship within the communities, i.e. such as the settlements. So, and I say that even within the therefore, just maybe even move that one, add that one sentence in that you have on page 15 of the 3, somewhere in that therefore, you know. Thank you.
Okay, Dean Gladue? Oh, sorry.
Did you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, and so maybe, I don't know, Michelle, if this works for you, but maybe what we do in the now therefore be it resolved statement, just say that Bill C-53, comma, which only impacts the 3 Métis governments and has no impact on any other Indigenous governments, something like that. Just take some of that language out. Has, comma, has already undergone the longest, maybe just building in those few extra words at the front end, just to get to Lisa's point, to get that, to build that right into the resolution clause, which is correct. People will look to the resolution clauses more so than the whereas.
Yeah, I think that clarifies it. It's in the whereas, but we can put it in the therefore.
The proposal then essentially taking most of the whereas, the third whereas clause on page 15, as pointed out by Lisa McCallum, and inserting that into the now therefore be it resolved that as Bill C-53, comma, that wording from the third whereas clause, most of that, and then comma has already undergone and continuing the remainder. Is that?
If I could suggest that perhaps, Mr. Chair, that we say, be it resolved that Bill C-53, comma, which is only about MNA, MNS, and MNO's internal governance and does not adversely impact the Aboriginal or treaty rights of First Nations or other Métis governments, comma. So we take out some of that. I think it's getting a little bit long if we pull the whole whereas again.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think that would be really great, just to pull that part of that sentence and plop it right into now therefore of where you suggested, President Fro. Thank you.
And I'm fine with that change.
I see thumb up there.
I concur.
All right, thank you. Before we move to the other speakers, then I'll just look for unanimous consent to that amendment as proposed by Margaret Fro. Is there any objection to that amendment, to including that wording as suggested? Is that an objection to my right? Okay. All right, so the amendment is passes by unanimous consent. We had a couple more speakers that were on our list. I'll turn back to my chair, but we have now that amendment added to the, therefore be it resolved. Yeah. Dean and Karen.
Dean Gladue?
Hi, Dean Gladue. Actually, I was going to say E-Division for those that would know that term. But that's RCMP talk from BC. But British Columbia and one of the directors there. I had to speak on this because I know 100% support of this. Of course, you know, as some of you may have saw my Bill C-53 testimony. I spoke from the heart that day, and I went into prayer and I went into ceremony prior to that. Because I'll be honest with you, I was never so nervous in my life when I testified. And what inspired me was and I won't mention that, but the speaker prior to me saying things that there's a lot of lateral violence in that individual. And I saw it. And that because I know I'm a warrior, and I look at this flag, and my grandfather, the Cuthbert Grant families I come from as well. I also come from the lineage of the resistance as well. We've always been fighters for our people in our nation. And I look at this is very historical what we're doing. And it's very significant, and it's very big because I myself have been subjected to racism itself directly, my family, we still encounter it. But the biggest things I want to say, and why I'm saying this, because it goes down on, because I want our children to read this 50 years from now, 100 years from now, whatever it may be. 1982, 83, my family also was a part of the 1983 putting MNC together. Fred House, as he talks about, other family members who were there. And they made a big promise that they would eventually bring British Columbia on. And we've always been involved with the movement. I come from the community of Kelly Lake as well, which is a traditional Métis community in British Columbia. I'm from that community, and Walter as well. Our family endured all the pain. My mother's a residential school survivor. We went through the policies in this country. And so what I want to say this, just in closing, is that don't forget us in British Columbia. We need to eventually come on. We need to be here. We got 25,000 Métis citizens registered with MNBC now and growing. We have the highest children in care of Indigenous children in Canada is in British Columbia with our Métis children. We don't know where they are. I was almost a 60 scoop baby. My mom and dad are always fighting to bring their children back. They phone me all the time when they see one of their grandkids getting taken away by the system. It's still happening to us directly in British Columbia. So we are hurting as well. I congratulate my brothers and sisters. I'm excited about this. And it's a great day to be Métis, because a Métis is a Métis is a Métis. So thank you.
Karen Collins?
Thank you. As I said earlier, I am from, and I reside, and my family resides in Elizabeth Métis settlement. It's been painful listening and watching through this process, being pulled, kicked, stepped on, having to respond to citizens that live on the settlement, Métis people that live on the settlement, that don't carry a card that say you're a citizen, and yet have just as many historic family names as many that sit around the table. It hurt our elders. They come and talk. hurts our youth that are watching and saying, what the heck's going on? And I imagine those hurts are felt by the children, who really probably don't even know what the heck is going on. But those feelings are in your home, are in your community. I am 100% in support of this resolution. I'm one of those people that have been dragged around to Métis Nation Assembly since I was 9 years old. Before there was any separation of anything. We were just a whole bunch of half-breeds getting together and talking about housing and education and whatever else. And so I'm in full support of this. I know, I'm confident. I pray about it. Other people pray about it. That we in Alberta, we go home and we reconcile with our Wakomaganak. We need to reconcile back home with each other. That's a big job. Because you know what? We got to leave our personalities and everything else at the door and come into our room and talk as collective Métis people. And so I believe in our people. And so I really believe that we'll get it done back home in Alberta. We'll do it. Take a little bit of time, probably a little bit of pain and whatever else, but we'll do it. Because it's not for us. It's not for those of us around the table. It's for our chapans that we don't even know when they'll get here, but it's for them. So I just needed to speak to that, and I want to say Nanaskamag, Wakomaganak from Saskatchewan, for being cognizant of their relatives that are on settlements. And I say that because in our communities, in my community at Elizabeth, we border Saskatchewan, so there's been lots of back and forth on the border there. So often for weddings or other, sometimes sad gatherings for funerals and stuff, our relatives from Saskatchewan, they come to our community and they come and support us. So I want to acknowledge that and say thank you for all of that support. And again, I say as a Otapamisuak citizen and a member, that's always the difference when we go in Alberta. You got to realize that I'm a citizen of the nation, but I'm a member of the settlement. And when I say that, that's because the legislation that the settlements operate under identifies us as a member. So there's very much different that we, even in Alberta, have to educate ourselves and educate each other so that when we talk about these contentious issues, we know what we're talking about. And so I just needed to share that, and pretty emotional, so I hike in now.
Thank you very much for those words. I have two individuals left on my list here. I've got Chairperson Hank Rollison.
Yeah, I just want you to read the resolution from front to beginning again. No, I just want to call a question. I can feel the room is in supportive of the resolution. So I would like to go to a vote by calling question.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna have one because he had his he was indicating on the list, and then as soon as that we'll move to question. I will recognize Vice President.
He stole my thunder. I was just gonna say, let's make history.
So you're seconding the question motion. Okay. All right. Do you want to read it? So we're gonna go by way of see if we can get unanimous consent. And I think because it's more of an active role, those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries unanimously. Josie's not coming up. Josie's going to give us the lunchtime prayer. I want to thank everyone for the passion, the words, the patience. We are going to break for lunch. I'm going to ask Josie Searson to come up to do our lunchtime prayer. We'll have Angie doing our closing prayer at the end of the day, but we'll have our prayer and then we'll break for an hour for lunch. Josie can come up.
I thank you for your many interactions as I sat up here and listened and looked around and see that interactions were there, voices are being heard. And so thank you for your development thus far. No tawinan, no skagi sigak, kinanas komitnan mistay. Kagitian, nanatugi sewa witsiak. Maganots kagisigak, epeonas tamowiak, tabinuskagwak anima, kawimitsiak. Egomina, ani kagi minosutsik, sawenimik. Egipeonas tamagwagok. And so, Father, we thank you for the meal that's being prepared for us, for the hands who have provided. Thank you for all your blessings, for the people who have been in preparation for our provision. And we thank you for your blessings on everyone here. Amen.
So if we return to continue the business at 1:15, we'll see you then. Enjoy your lunch.